knuckle nuts. Stare. It seems I need to reboot my mobile device. One moment. Hello. Oh. Hello, hello, hello. The end is nigh? What's ending? True. What's the end? The end is never the end is never the end. Sup, guys? You coughed? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's cooked. It is cooked. My end is nigh. The death of Aiko Koyokisa rolls the red party hat. Forever. oh boy, Monday. I even changed like the title and stuff. I think I did. I think I changed it on like Friday. Yeah, I did. I did. Awesome. Yeah, Molly with the birthday. Let's get some Fuel's birthday mans. For Molly and chat. We didn't I mean, I knew, but we didn't get like a thing in the calendar. You know, everyone usually has their birthday just pop up on the calendar. I didn't. What do you mean you didn't? Add it. Now. Actually, I don't know if you can at the moment. The way that I set up the Discord, it definitely broke the bots a little bit. And we don't have a bot channel anymore. I mean, we do. I think it's archived. No, we don't. We do not. No more bot channel. I mean, there was no point in having that channel. I didn't realize that we basically only have one category of like channels that people can type in, because everything else is just info. I don't even know why I have a separate one for Ico when all of that can just go under info. I don't know. No clue. But that would save us a lot of space. I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it live. Schedule over announcements, Twitch under announcements, YouTube under Twitch, Ico category, delete. Boom. Minimize it. Huge space increase. Look at that. Amazing. Discord has, I don't know when they implemented this, but there's a new thing for moderators, or I guess server owners. Under the people category, you go to access. You can make it so people apply to join the Discord. So if you don't want to deal with the spammers, that's step one. You literally have to check the person's Discord profile to verify that they're good. And then, if you just do what I do, and you add double counter with the little verification button, that catches people that, I don't know, you let slip by accident. Submitting my application, oh god. Oh god. Immortal Snail, what's up, North Princess? Yeah, I can't believe we have to submit applications to join Discord servers now. I only discovered that because I joined someone's Discord the other day. It was a streamer, you know. But like they're a larger streamer, so it was like, what? You have your mods go through these applications? But I bet they also use some sort of bot to like verify that somebody's okay initially. What's up, Chubert? Good to see Juice is Sour. Good to see Juvie. What's up, Molly? I'm scrolling. What's up, Ty? What's up, Shirkwan? Oh no, the thing is happening again. The 7TV paints are like really ugly. I don't remember how I fixed that last time. I think it was my font renderer. If I disable this and refresh, does that fix the paint? I'm scrolling, I'm checking. Now I don't have any paints at all. What? Damn it all. Oh well, I'll do it later. We're not doing that live. We're not doing that live. Oh boy, what a weekend. The weather has changed 3 times in 3 days. There was pouring rain, and then there wasn't, and then there was really hot, and then it wasn't, and now it's that was really cold yesterday, and now today it wasn't. And today's warm. How's birthday? Pretty good. Pretty good. It was chill. We don't do anything too crazy. I think we've. Oh. I don't think any of us really like celebrating it to that degree, especially not so often. By that I mean they were invited to like 4 different dinners or something. That's that's cutting it, man. All right. We're pushing the we're pushing the limits here. The boundaries rather. It was good though. It was chill. But yeah, yesterday was cold, so we couldn't even like couldn't go out. As in like just outside. Truly April weather, man. It is. It is. But it's like weird April weather. Like the fluctuating between really cold. Like it was -1 on Saturday. Yesterday it was like sorry, Saturday night, I should say. Cuz Saturday day was not that cold. And then yesterday it was freezing. And today it's like 17 degrees or something. I might be wrong on that. I might be very wrong. Only -1? What are you in like Canada? What is this? Just for the record, I like the cold. But the reason I have this cough is definitely because I fell asleep. All right. I fell asleep with the window open. All right. And it was warm at night, dude. Okay. I wake up at like 4 in the morning. It's freezing in my room. I can't get out or I'm going to, I felt like I was going to freeze to death. I have this cough. Sitting at 0. What is actually the weather today? It's 19 degrees, dude. Or in translation, it is 67 Fahrenheit. Oh. Oh. Great. Oh, great. Yeah, and it was cold yesterday, man. I don't know. It's just what's going on anymore. The world is ending. The world is coming to a close. -1 here? God. Canada. Talking about being from the northern Arctic. Arctic? Oh my god. Norway. Forget Norway. Oh my god. Iceland. Kenya. Wait a second. No, wait just a damn second here. None of it. No, none of. Oh, dude. That's Canada. I've never heard of this location before. What in the Seven Hails? Are you all the way in the north? Can you even live in that part? Yes? Expensive as hell? I'm opening maps. This always sparks my curiosity. Goes up north, past Ottawa, all the way to NT, Northwest Territories. That's a lot of land. Good lord. Is this like the largest... Was it called, they call them provinces, right? Oh no, never mind. Northwest Territories is not Nunavut. 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 Oh my god. When does it stop? Where's like the end point? It doesn't? What? Dude, I'm looking at the territory. Where does it end on the east coast? Like, where's its east border? Is that Quebec? Quebec? So all of this up to the Arctic Bay, up to Eureka, Nunatame. Well, that's Greenland. So this thing to the west of Greenland, all that land, is that still Canada? Clicks on Eureka. Yeah, okay, wow, the Canadian territory of however you say it. I'll be damned, dude. So is this Greenland? This is Greenland. Is this still Canadian? Right here? They just call it alert? Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just kind of looking at it from on my... I don't trust showing maps on stream ever. Because one time a streamer did it, and they were even in incognito with a VPN on, and for some reason it just showed their perimeter, I guess. Not exactly their house, but... So I'm good on that. Military base. Nunavut. Oh. I said it right that time? My stepdad's been there? What the hell? That's awesome. This is crazy. You know, I honestly thought that Canada ended... I mean... I don't even know how to explain it now. But I'm sure you can guess, like... None of these northern islands... I didn't think that was Canada anymore. I didn't really know what I thought it was, though. It belongs to the Arctic Ocean. Have you ever been to the Arctic Ocean? I mean, not, like, directly, but... Yes? Do you like it? Dude, how is it? That's freaking sick. It tastes good. Hold on, I'm looking, I'm checking. I know the Norwegian Sea and the North Sea. No, not the North Sea. The Norwegian Sea. I guess the North Sea. I know they, not only do they swim in it, but they can drink it because that's how, like, clean it is, right? I like it. That's cool. What the hell is this? Oh my god, the border of Greenland and Canada in this on this one island in the middle of this water. Like what? It's this microscopic island. I'm like, what is this giant like black pixel scrolls in Greenland, Canada? Arctic River water is next to none. We're neighbors. I mean, yeah, you can probably take a ferry from like Ellesmere Island. I mean, honestly, you can probably how far apart is it really? Maybe not a ferry. maybe a boat, like a proper boat. There's more than a mile. Yeah. Territory war where either side would put up a flag and leave local whiskey. Have you been to Greenland? Is it really as green as its name? I like that the like majority of Greenland, when you look at it, all of the cities and towns are on the coast because Greenland is just one gigantic. It's like a giant ice. Wait, there's a national park. What the hell? Iceland is the green one. Yeah, it's funny, right? It's like Iceland is the one that's full on green, and Greenland is like ice. Someone had a weird sense of humor. I wonder what the. I never looked up the lore, but what's the reason behind that, man? Iceland should be named Volcano Island. Yeah, that's probably true. I want to go to Iceland one day. I mean, I like to see more of Canada as well, and I want to see the Faroe Islands. They wanted Greenland to be way more appetizing to go to when it was discovered. Well, uh lying for the sake of the game. I feel like sometimes, fake it till you make it works, but not when you look at Google Maps and Greenland is just white. That is all you see, except for its like coast. Home to the world's tallest mountain vertical drop. Damn. You can parachute from it. No, thank you. No parachute for Mr. Ico. Prince Charles Island. It was like in the 1300s. That's besides the point. They should have known by then that Google Maps would be a thing. Come on. Lying for the sake of the game. I mean, I'd probably still want to go see, like, Greenland. Now I kind of want to see all these islands. Are you allowed to go? Probably not to all of them, but it'd be kind of cool to see some of these places. Land claims agreement. Grise Fjord Inuit owned land. I'm going there specifically. I want to go to Eureka. Oh, it's a small research base. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to Eureka. The Zero Altitude Pearl Auxiliary Laboratory, Opal. Whoa. Yeah, someone tells me I can't go there. 80 North Solar Walk. Grise Fjord. Oh. Yeah, Iceland is really pretty. And look at the Faroe Islands. Look at the Faroe Islands! Clicks on photos. Oh my god. I want to go to the Faroe Islands. I'd probably live there. I'd be damned. Can you bring it up on the screen? Okay. I suppose I might be able to. Just Google Faroe Islands. I mean, you know what? I don't think it'll show anything from here. I'm checking, but I think we're fine. What's the worst that could happen? Even if you knew my general location, you probably don't want to be looking around certain places where I live. It's New York. Look at this. Well, I'm going to start from the very freaking beginning. Dude, what is this? I want to push the boulder, but don't do that. Now that's a rock. Marathon OST? I don't know what you're talking about. Looks like Iceland. I mean, the Faroe Islands are pretty much Iceland. I think they're... I don't know. No, wait. They're owned by, like, Denmark, I think. God damn. Like, look at this thing. Leon Kennedy can ramp off of that with a motorcycle. Do you think people get bored here easy? Probably. I mean... This is it. I'm pretty sure this is all of the buildings. This is like the only location on the island. The housing. It's not loading. It's literally not loading. We're cooked. If I get if I wake up to a view like that, I ain't ever getting bored. I mean, I would say the same. I would say the same, but I feel really great about the fact that I can walk a block and there's just a supermarket, you know? Or I can walk a block and there's every sort of food that I could possibly want on the street. Not on the street, but like, you know, a restaurant. I live here, shit's all bored to me. Hey, I say the same thing. Well, you know what? I will say, I think New York is boring. But I do think Manhattan, like, considering how often I visit it, like yearly, year round, it's probably not boring. It's more like I know everything already. So instead of it being a new exciting thing, it's like, yep, I'm going over to Kinokuniya for some weeb books, or yeah, I'm gonna take these guys to Kino Ramen, or I don't know, something like that. What the hell is this? Whoa. They look at trampolines, but they're not. Cool. I mean, honestly, I could probably live here. It's just... That's a good question. Does it get boring? It's... my thing broke. Like, none of the images are loading. Why? Fix. Oh, I have to zoom out all the way? Nope. No, they just don't want to load sometimes. Wait, is this actually it? I need that image to load. Fishing nets? Yeah, I think so. Type in location and things to do. I mean, I don't even know if this is a tourist site. Like, I think you can only... That might not be correct. Walking a block and not meeting every neighbor on the island and no stores. Yeah, and then you just stopped for, like, the entire day Wait, this looks different. Whoa. Cool. Oh my god. Well, never mind. Okay. Uh, hmm. I mean, if you get bored, you just go fishing. What's up, Gabs? Thank you for the lurk. Do you think they have a movie theater? I was thinking the same thing earlier. I'm like, do they have a theater here or not? Surely, right? Surely. What? What the hell? Stop that. No, stop. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. What to do at the Faroe Islands? Computer breaking? I clicked F11 and you never really want to do that. Browsing from the United States? Choose which currency you want to use. Sure, use the USD. I kind of just want to see what the hell you can do. Okay, historic streets of Tinganes. It's all red buildings that are home to the government. There are small black houses just nearby in the rainy district, and people live in these small houses. Okay? Go on a hike to Leerberg Cliff. Hiking seems like a cheat. I mean, hiking is fun. Whoa! What the hell? Open this on YouTube. Kirkjubor. Holy moly. Secluded village in wide open spaces. Yeah, drone flying would be yeah, it would probably, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Dude, they got like Hobbit homes, but like modern. What's the deal with like full black houses, but then like red windows, sills, whatever. Red windows. Is that it? Faroe Islands and How to Train Your Dragon. Enjoy lunch at Vagsbotner Marina. Hike again. Take a stroll again. There's like a lighthouse to visit. Oh, there's a boat tour. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Stand in a queue for the bakery. Classic. Village. Sip a coffee at Brel Cafe. Something about like cafe just always wins me over. And there's a cafe everywhere, but oh, there's like more islands. Drive through the Eysturoy Tunnel. What? YouTube. I'm YouTubing. Unique undersea tunnel in that link the Faroe. Wait, what? Faroe Islands is archipelago in the North Atlantic. 18 islands are home to 53,000 people. Oh, here's a tunnel, I think. It also has a unique network of tunnels. Whoa. I like tunnels. Land cruiser. Travel by land. Okay, wait, I don't want to hear. Can you show me more of this? They made it seem like a really cool looking tunnel. It just looks like a normalized tunnel now. I'm just going off of like the most watched section. Whoa. Oh, is it the roundabout? I mean, it looks kind of sick, but I'd get distracted and I'd crash. Do you think you can just like memorize all 53,000 people? What if you just meet all of them? See, you never get bored because you can spend your life trying to meet every person. And then when they die, you have to meet new people. I wonder how many people the average human meets, gets to know within their like first 30 years of living. Everyone in Canada knows each other. Didn't you hear about that? No, I didn't know that. You're lying to me. I choose to believe you. But I shouldn't. There's Highland cattle. Talk to the locals. No, I won't. I will not do. Ride a horse. More than 5, less than a million. Sorry, a billion. Really? Nah. I feel like I've met like maybe 2 people in life. No, I don't think I'd get bored here. I don't think I'd get bored there. I looked at like the whole thing. I don't know. It looks too nice to get bored of. If you like the quiet life, it's pretty good. The only thing I'm thinking about is like, damn, there's some stuff that I wouldn't be able to do anymore. I wonder how the internet is there. How is the internet at the Faroe Islands? Yeah, chronically online. Already checking the IT information. 218 megabytes a second. That's mobile internet. They got Wi-Fi 4G. Wi-Fi and 4G. That's not great. Yeah, but think about it this way. Think about it this way. Hold on, I'm looking at all the information. There's 47. The lowest ping is 47 on mobile internet, and the lowest broadband internet is 49 ping. Damn, mobile internet is 218 megabytes a second. Broadband internet is 102. Oof. But what I was gonna say is, will you really just stay at home the whole time? I feel like in this sort of situation, I wouldn't be on the computer as often, probably. At least I don't think I would be. Yeah, I'd probably play a game or two, but I don't play a lot of online games, so the ping diff doesn't bother me. I guess, you know, I am a little bit spoiled by having gigabit internet at the moment, so it would suck to lose the speeds. But in Poland, we have like 20 megabyte per second internet. So, yeah, that's not, you know, I've had worse. I've had worse. Bow, bow. Yeah, so yesterday I finally played some Marathon, and I'm unfathomably bad at that game. So, yeah, there goes that. But the OST kicks ass. It is really good. Oh! What do you mean, oh? It's Bungie, okay? Lost all your gear then? So the way the game works, I think how it was explained to me is that every week there's a sponsor in game, right? And the way the sponsor works is they give you basically like your own loadout for free. So you get a gun, I think an ammo pack or something. It's very specific per sponsor, but basically, no, I didn't lose all of my gear because I just have free gear at the moment. I've been gathering gear instead. Hey man, give back the Kit Kats already. Dude, what do you mean give back the Kit Kats? I was the one robbed of the Kit Kats. I was the one robbed of them. It was going to Poland. And now there's no Kit Kats. I'm pissed. Man, I wish I had all those Kit Kats. Actually, would I even... No, I don't. That's too many Kit Kats. I eat like one of those a month. Maybe. It's too much chocolate. I'm not... I would like projectile vomit probably having 2 Kit Kat bars. But yeah, no, I didn't lose my gear because I'm only using the sponsored kit at the moment. And I don't know if this is actually how you're meant to play the game, but I'm just spamming the kit while getting some good gear, and then eventually I'll use the good gear. But they have... I think it's the DMR from like Halo. I always forget if it's called the DMR. They have the DMR from Halo, but it's a burst fire. And I got one. And we actually extracted. I'm like, dude, I'm keeping this. I need 1 million of these. That is the best gun in the game. It's actually the best gun that I have held in that video game thus far. I didn't really care for the AR is okay. I don't like the LMG at all. The pistols are okay. There was another like SMG I got. I don't remember if I extracted with it. I think I didn't. Like Fausto and I did like 12 runs and we extracted twice, and then Ty joined and I think we extracted like maybe one more time or twice more. You know, Fausto can't solo carry. I'm quite the heavy burden in shooters. I mean, I'm gonna say my aim wasn't bad. I don't know what the hell's going on. You know, my problem with extraction shooters in general, mostly extraction shooters, is when there's like combat and I'm not getting shot at and there's no indicator, I don't know where the hell people are. So one of the fights that made me feel that way the most was Ty was getting shot from like this container area. He was up top and I was going to go and try to like res him. But then I started getting shot at from like a building away from Ty, across from where Ty was. And Fausto was getting shot on the other side of the building. So I'm like, what the hell's going on? Where are these people? I couldn't tell if it was one team or 2 or 3. Everyone was locked in, so there wasn't a lot of comms to be had. But I was extremely confused. But the game is fun. My full opinion, I'm going to compare it to Destiny just for the sake of it. The aesthetic, the style of Marathon is cooler than Destiny's. I'll say that. The gunplay, I mean, I feel like it's on par with Destiny. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I would have to play more. But it feels like the gunplay is pretty much Destiny. It's just you don't have crazy super abilities. I have a drone. The drone's cool. Um, I'm trying to think of what else I can compare. The story is just starting off, so I can't really give a comparison. But I think if Marathon continues, the Marathon lore is kind of crazy so far. Part of me likes Destiny, part of another part doesn't. I got some messed up yin and yang going on with Destiny too. I mean, I can easily name everything that I love about Destiny, and it'll be a lot more than what I dislike about Destiny. But typically, my Destiny distaste is PvP related, so I just don't do PvP unless it's Iron Banner. Um, I don't know. The thing about Destiny, I love the story. It fell off, but I love the story for what it was. The characters are cool. I wish they would kill off more characters, because then it would be more tragic, but they won't do that. Yeah. See, that's the problem. When you have a character that finally dies, and then you just bring them, I mean, in quotes, bring them back. It's like, come on, man, come on, just keep them dead. It's like the same. Nope, that's a spoiler. Never mind. I mean, no, it's not. You know what? Final Fantasy 14 is hella old at this point. If you didn't play A Realm Reborn, this is your spoiler warning. Give me like 2 minutes, all right, to vent this malarkey. Why don't they just kill off? They killed off one character, I think, in the entirety of Final Fantasy 14. The one Lalafell that I tolerated, Papalymo. Bro. Bro. Who else have they ever killed off? Nobody. No one else. No one dies in Final Fantasy. No one dies in Destiny. At least no one important. I guess they killed the blonde. I forgot her name. The she's like a mechanic. This is Destiny 2. But then her death felt so not impactful. It pissed me off. Amanda. Right? I looked up Amanda. Right. Let's try it again. Amanda, Destiny 2. Yeah, Amanda. And like, it sucked that she died like that, because I don't know, her death didn't seem that impactful. I felt like it was kind of whatever. I already like the fact Y'shtola's still alive blows my mind. I mean, I literally think they're treating her like a real cat with the, you know, the 9 lives BS. Like, she's gotta die like 2 more times, and then she's perma dead for sure. Clueless, for sure. I want to get better at Marathon because, I mean, truth be told, I I've always been a Bungie fan. You know, like Halo Reach is one of my favorite games ever. I played so much Halo Reach on the Xbox 360. It is insane. It would probably be one of my most played games of all time if I had. Actually, I think Xbox does show your playtime. It might. It says just a time thing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think my aim was pretty okay for the most part. Yeah, it's just there's so many sounds like that. The Fausto showed me a clip. yesterday. He was showing me a clip, and he was it was like him hiding behind the corner for 3 minutes, and he was trying to explain to me like that he heard these footsteps, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I hear this sound, and I'm getting sensory overload, and you're telling me to listen out for footsteps? And then finally, when he like replayed it, I'm like, oh wait, I do hear the footsteps. And I had to ask him, like, dude, how far away can you hear footsteps? Because there are instances where I'm like following behind, but I'm like scanning stuff, so I'm not with them. In this case, them would be Fausto and Ty. And Fausto's like, there's people. And I'm like, what? I don't even hear anything yet. I hear my own footsteps. But I don't listen out for it that much. I have to like lock into that. Sometimes I hear footsteps. I'm like, what? And I turn around. It's like, oh, that's just Fausto. Oh, that's just Ty. I said a thingy. If you want to go look, you'll love it. Oh, that gun too. No, that's the AR. Oh no. This encounter right here, dude. Yeah, this clip, Fausto, is exactly what I mean. Can I like just open this? What happens if I what if I click this link? Huge, it plays. My goat, Water Fox. You like usually if you open up a Discord link or whatever, it doesn't embed into your browser. It just downloads the file. So here we are. This is exactly what I mean. I was here in this little facility room. This is Fausto, right? This is POV. And I'm like, okay, this guy's like going out the window. Okay, I follows him for a moment. Then I think we hear firing here. Is there audio? There is audio. So I stay back. I stay behind. I go back into that building. Ty is over here. He's like up top on this like catwalk.
Go down this like staircase.
Oh, is this where this is a different instance? But this is the same building. We got wiped here later. Or in a different playthrough.
Go down that staircase. Shoot her in the back. Thank you.
You fucking pussy.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the one hiding from us, bro. He's the one.
Oh man, I was like, I turned off the proximity chat. I probably should turn it on.
One hiding from us.
Yeah, that's true. He was hiding. Although to be fair, we are a group of 3. But this is the same building where later Ty gets killed and I try to go res him and then Fausto goes down and I'm just like, well, what do I do now? So I have a grapple on my character. So I grappled away.
Thank you.
I grappled that way towards like the containers. Easier to see from here. But oh wait, no, maybe this is a different location. I think it's a different spot. No, this is just, yeah, same spot. I grappled that way. Apex? No, this is Marathon. They were also a group of 3. We just killed the other 2. Yeah, that's the other thing. These 2 guys just like they be wiping the groups, and then I show up. I'm like, oh, good job, guys. Well done. I don't have the sense of the location or anything just yet. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Go down this like staircase.
Also, right here, when Fausto said go down the staircase, I went over to like the lab and I was scanning something. I saw like a purple or something.
Go down that staircase. Shoot her in the
When I
back.
heard the firing, I sprinted over. I'm like,
you.
die.
You fucking pussy.
Do you hear the audio? Yeah, you do. Okay. Oh, that's great. That's great. I should enable the proximity chat. But I think I would get tilted. If I get like shot down, this is my problem with shooters. I know it's a skill issue most of the time for me. So when somebody like outplays me and they start trash talking, I get tilted, which is why I can't play shooters. If Destiny 2 had like voice chat, like proper voice chat, and they started yapping to me, like the enemies, I would never play that game ever again. But I also don't run PvP much, so. Yeah. I think we're going to play, so as the schedule entails, we're going to be playing Retro Rewind today. Today's the final day for Retro Rewind on stream because we're going to be done with the summertime. We're going to do our 1 year anniversary. And then tomorrow we're probably doing Voices of Void. Tomorrow is probably the return of Voices of Void again. Ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous. But yeah, Marathon's fun. I just gotta get good at it. Or better. I'm surprised. My aim was pretty good. But this is the thing with Bungie games. It's like, for some reason, my aim is decent. I think it's because they help you out a little bit. They help you out a little bit. In the Bungie world of shooters. They might help you out a little bit. Or it's at least more forgiving if you miss a shot by a pixel. You know what I mean? Let's get our time-appropriate music going. Yeah, the thing that really got me about Marathon was the music. Because I was AFKing and I came back to my room and it was like you have to select the map and then you like queue up. And before I selected the map, I heard the song that was playing and it didn't have like a beat to it. It was just the vocals and like a little bit of ambiance. And then I clicked the map. I like selected the map and it added a beat to it. And I'm like, oh my God, this is fantastic. This is amazing. So, we've got a new release tomorrow. But the premise is we got this full week. We got our store anniversary right here. And after the store anniversary, we start the second year of the store. And what's probably going to happen is this will be the last full stream of this game. And then it's going to go on the back burner after. I think we'll play it like once a week, or I'm going to play it off stream or something. To progress.
Oh.
Dude, nice Santa hat. Those are very expensive in the RuneScape world. Yeah. I mean, Bungie's great. It's just, you want a kids movie? You want a kids meal?
Oh.
It's just, you know, Destiny 2 is kind of suffering. Also, I didn't like the new mechanic. Well, not really that new anymore, but if you do the Edge of Fate story, they have a mechanic where you turn into like an electrical orb to like travel through these little tunnels. And I just can't get into it, man. I can't. I can't get behind that mechanic. Matter Spark, yeah. I don't know. Something about it just feels off. I think it's just because I want to be my guardian, and I don't like when that changes.
Hey.
You want a sci-fi movie?
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm going to do the campaign anyway. Eventually. Oh. We need that right there. You guys like grape soda? Do you like grape flavored things? No, it slipped out of the case and broke. How does it slip out of a case?
Oh.
How? Those VHS cases were like
Hey.
bulletproof. And you're telling me it slipped out of the case.
Wow.
Wow. Wake up. Hold on, this is quite the long line. Alright, hold on. I didn't realize ads were... You know what? I'm gonna snooze them for 5 minutes. Let's see if I can get through this full day before I run ads. Something that I don't understand is... You bastard. So what I don't understand is some streamers claim they stop ads for like up to half an hour. And I'm like, how do you do that? How? I think what they mean is they don't run the ads, but like, the pre-rolls are enabled? I would assume that's the only way you could possibly make it work, right? Is the pre-rolls activate, but normal ads don't? Racoin? What is that? What is Racoin? Are you a dentist? Because I want to make you do a cavity search. What are you talking about?
Ooh.
No idea, some sort of coin pushing roguelike? It's a raccoon game? Chewy gifted me. Chewy gifted me here a game some time ago. Not too long ago, but some time ago. DD, thank you for the 39-month resubscription. What's up? What's up, DD? Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Ooh.
Welcome back. Creature Kitchen is what Chewy gifted me. It's a cooking game, but it's a puzzle game, and it looks really weird. But there's a raccoon, and I think you can feed it. God damn it, everything's breaking nowadays. Like, what the hell, man? Long live the astronaut. Hey, what are you wanting?
Oh.
Sup? Trophy Lost in Thoughts. Here you go.
Ooh.
Coin pushing roguelike. What? Oh, we're stacked on fantasy again, are we? Okay. Yeah, that's problematic. I feel like we need more shelves. Where else can I put fantasy, though? Dude, there's just no space for all this. What's up, homie? You want fantasy? Well, that's great. Take this.
Oh.
Oh, God. There's so many fantasy films.
Her.
Yo. Police. Popo.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, God. That's a lot of fantasy. Okay, I see what the problem is. Oh, my throat is also fighting me today. Ooh, Rip Joe. I think we're just gonna do this. Otherwise, she's gonna start stacking. You got this. You got this.
Hi.
Did she? She didn't put any. She didn't mix any of them, right? No. God damn. Attack on Titan. My movie. Sent you the trailer. Thank you. Hey, where are you going? Excuse me, dude. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's not. You're not allowed back there.
Huh?
Pay the damn fee. You want an old film? There you go. Okay, I do have to run ads this time, unfortunately, so we'll be right back after this dumb commercial break of suffering. Be right back. Damn, as the beat dropped. I mean, it's trance. So I don't know how much of the beat really drops, but yo 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 yo. Good old ads. Good old ads. I really hope they add some sort of like store expansion aside from just because they said that they're working on a what do you call it? Just a proper storage shelf area in the storage room. But like, look, there's space right here. You can add more behind E. Just add more here. Hi, how are ya? You want a lawyer in the vial? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good film. Good film. Dude, I feel like I slept for like 10 hours. I didn't, but I felt like I did. Because I slept in. Sure doesn't feel that way. I feel like it makes me feel like I slept 4 hours. Then again, they do say if you sleep too much, you'll feel just as groggy and weird as you would if you didn't sleep at all. Hi. Hi. What's the problem? The movie was working fine when I dropped it off. I won't pay your broken fee. Yeah, actually you will. You will. This store looks great, man. I feel like there's more that I can do here in the horror section. But in all honesty, like yeah, this little spot here, there's not a lot of decoration. That's the first problem. And the second problem is we really don't have that many horror films to make it work that way. We already got all the achievements at least, that's cool. We're basically just left with getting through this year. Loop right back to autumn. Oh god. No! Steven left me for the Jester? Unbelievable. Absolutely not. That one we need. Fantasy. Drama. How much has this been booked? 10? Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, well, I hope everyone's weekend was good. Like I said, I feel weird because it's just been like the weather change has been insane. It's actually just been crazy. Me when I fall asleep to like 15-degree weather, window wide open, and wake up only a few hours later to -1. Freezing cold room, literally refrigerator. Ridiculous. I feel like I really didn't do much this weekend in general though. I just did some like computer organizing and phone organizing, and I still didn't do the one thing I needed to with my computer. Sorry, no, like with my phone. I need to reset the network information and like settings on my iPhone because it keeps disconnecting, dude. If I scroll through like Reddit while simultaneously having a Twitch stream open on the phone, for whatever reason, it just disconnects all of it. Nothing loads for either. Or the stream buffers. I don't understand. How did we let this happen? Whispering winds. No, marine stargazing. Oh, God. West End girl. Wow, how much has she even done today? I mean, I guess we do have 1,000 films now. I was about to say, did she fall asleep? Hello? Oh. There's only 2 films left. I probably could have just grabbed them, honestly. Wait, why'd you put Exterminate here? This is a new release. Why? Speaking of which, we're gonna get a new release here in a moment. New release coming up. Oh boy, I wonder what it's gonna be. I wonder what genre. I'm thinking fantasy. No. No. I'm thinking romance. Comedy? That is a good guess. Our last comedy was the Ghostbusters knockoff, Phantom Patrol. It's actually the only one we got for comedy, but we have none for romance yet. So let's see what we're about to get. Poetry is dead. Oh my God. What is this based off of? Any movie knowers? Like, it sounds familiar, but I don't know. Oh, Dead Poets Society. I see. I never actually watched that. Is that a good movie? Would you consider it worthy of being highly rated? Good movie? Maybe I did watch it. Dead Poets Society. Let me look. Because the cover doesn't look anything like... Yeah, okay. Oh! Robin Williams. I did watch that one, man. Yeah, oh, Captain, my Captain. God. Okay. Yeah, okay. It didn't sound familiar by name. I don't know why. Do you guys have a favorite Robin Williams film? Mine is kind of weird. I like Mr. I always forget his name. It's like Mr. Cyber... Robin Williams I like that the first thing that happens if you look up Robin Williams is, "Oh, Captain, my Captain." Classic. It's the movie where he gets turned into a robot. Oh, Bicentennial Man. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, Bicentennial Man. Really good movie. As of 40 minutes ago, there's a new peak update. You can called you can or play your way update.
Ooh.
So sounds like you can add, remove anything. That's actually kind of cool.
Oh.
I wonder wonder how many people still play it. Probably a lot. It's one of my faves too. I also like Jack. Jack is, I mean, I like a lot of, I don't know if there's a Robin Williams film I don't like.
Oh.
August Rush. Okay, I didn't watch that one. That one I know I didn't watch. I'm not a very big movie guy.
Hey, Samara!
Feel like you would like it? Probably. There's a lot of films that you can, like, name, again, just like you did with Dead Poet Society. And I'm just like, yep, for sure. Yeah, that's, nope, don't know what that one is. Not until I Google it. I think the only exception is a film with, like, Jim Carrey in it. I feel like I know all the Jim Carrey films, but he's my favorite actor of all time. Jim Carrey, Robin Williams. I liked Paul Walker initially, but I don't know if it's, you know, there were some very interesting things that came out later on, and I don't know if they were true or not, so I was like, oh.
Ooh.
Granted, I only liked him in Fast and Furious. Jim Carrey, Ace of Base detective. Ace of Base! Comedy.
Ah.
I even watch his, like, old stand-up films. Jim Carrey's. And Robin Williams. I'm trying to think, like...
Hey.
Good movie to rent. Check this one out.
Hi.
Does it end with Aiko? Does it end with everyone with Aiko firing everyone and selling the store? It sure does. How'd you know?
Oh.
We're getting there soon.
Compañero,
Phantom Patrol. We have one final new release. Maybe. Potentially. Because I worked at Blockbuster. That's kind of sick. Did you enjoy it? I mean, it's a job, so I assume the answer is no, but did you enjoy it for what it was?
Whoa.
I really liked it, actually. Hell yeah. I feel like that would be an enjoyable thing. 10 free rentals a week? What the? Free!
Oh.
What's up, Snowblade? Yeah, you see, that makes sense. I really just... I'm very on and off with movies and shows. But when I'm into something, I will watch it, like, relentlessly. A good example is Supernatural and Doctor Who. Those are two really good examples. Of like, I don't really feel like watching anything these days. I don't know, everything just sucks on TV. And then I watch the entirety of Supernatural and like... obsessive, non-stop watching. Boss was ex-military, took no shit from customers? Hell yeah. At work, no sound, just here to call you a nerd. Aw, thanks, Rena, you too. Oops.
Ooh.
If you ever want to rewatch Doctor Who, if you wanted to Discord, I'd be down. Well, I could see that happening one day.
Oh.
I'm kind of craving Supernatural. I kind of want to rewatch it. Yep, the Winchesters. You want a good film? Well, if you're standing in here, I assume you want a good adult film. I would really appreciate if you moved aside, though, so I could find a good adult film for you. Here you go.
Wow. Hey.
Never seen the whole series? As you shouldn't. It is often agreed that the Supernatural franchise, the series, should have ended in season 1, and then it should have ended in season 3, and then it should have ended in season 5, and then it should have ended in season 6, and then it should have ended in season 10, and then it should have ended in season 11. Then it should have ended in season 12, 13, 14, and finally ended on season 15. This is what we call the CW network. Absolutely just milking a series because of the fandom. To the point where it's like just intolerable. The only series that I can understand going and going and going and going is Doctor Who, because it can literally just... it can go on for the rest of time. No pun intended. Every show should be a one and done season. Learn how to pace your shit properly. I'm okay with multiple seasons, but I'm not okay with, like, more than 5. Okay? I'm not okay with a series that has more than, like, 300 episodes. There's a fine line that we do not cross. And even 300 episodes is pushing it. I watched Reaper. It got canceled. I watched My Name is Earl. It got canceled. Now I feel nothing for your multi-season show. Honestly, respect. I mean, to be fair, I really don't watch much. I have the same problem. One of my favorite animes of all time is called Spice and Wolf. Okay? I loved that anime so much that I got like custom mouse pads and stuff of Hollow, the Wise Wolf. And then a season 2 never released. Yeah, listen, jokes aside for a second, the economics were actually really cool. Cuz I was young and I was like, "Whoa, this is really cool." But I was a sucker obviously for mostly the interactions between Holo and Lawrence. I like them. But yeah, dude, the economics were cool. I bought the entire light novel and manga when it released. And for what? For them to never release a season 2. What's the point, man? You know what they did instead? They remade Spice and Wolf. They made a season 1 remake. I don't even know if it's gonna get a season 2 with the remake. I didn't even watch the remake. I probably should, because I think, from my understanding, the remake is based off of the light novel, not the anime / manga. And the light novel is the proper story. But yeah, that's or like No Game No Life was a good one for a time. Didn't get a season 2. Can't win. Can't win. Nisekoi. I think it's called False Love in English. Haganai. Nothing finishes. Nothing. How do I admit to Aiko I've never seen Spice and Wolf? That's okay. There's nothing wrong with not seeing a series. I know people who have never seen a single Star Wars. I know people who have never seen, like... I don't have good examples aside from Star Wars. I feel like Star Wars is like the big one. If you haven't seen a Star Wars movie, you're just like... You live under a rock. One of the Star Trek movies? I've only seen one Star Trek, I think. Yo, what's up, bros? No! Blade of the Holy Officer! It's a bad film, we're not... Who cares? Who cares? Upside chatter? I'm excited to see what our final film is gonna be. I lurk because I have no power? No! Well, I hope you get power back soon. Make her a mod, give her all the power. No, 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 no. Big rule. Big rule. Okay? Do not give mod to your friends. Ever. If the moderator becomes your friend later, that's okay. But do not give moderator to your already existing friends. Terrible idea. Big rule in the streaming universe. Is it? Yeah. We're barely acquaintances. Dude, I got a mod Irish Bogan. Drama follows, I guess. I mean, unironically, yes. The rodeo stampede, holy moly. Our town's cookie. It's limited edition.
Hey,
Sup, dude? I'm sure my streams would survive unmodded. Sorry, what did you want? Dead Cupcake is alive.
Ooh.
I mean, in all honesty, I'm not saying like my mods don't do anything, because they do. But I've basically like automated 99.9% of this stream. The only instance of like the mods need to do something is if I ask them to like pause ads or I don't know if like I heard her fall asleep and I'm like, bro. They do shout outs if someone's like backseating or clearly under the age of 18, they get banned. This song's putting me to sleep. Please. Please. Cindy. Thank you. Carrier pigeon. I don't think that Irish Bogan is over 18. Look, I'm not gonna out anyone, but I have a feeling that Irish Bogan might be one of the oldest people in this chat room right now. Hey. Really? Potentially. He's younger than me? Is he?
Ooh.
No, no, don't guess the age. Don't guess the age. Don't. Don't guess the age. I'm sorry. What? Hey, I'm an adult and I'm allowed to enjoy them too. Don't judge me. Walter! What the hell, man? Hey, don't worry. What's your name? Luke? Hey, don't worry, bud. Listen. There are people who watch anime in their 30s, right? Jeez.
Oh.
I need to replace this keyboard that keeps deleting stuff on me. My mouse doesn't right click sometimes, or if I press and hold, it just stops. I need a new mouse. It's my fault for having 3 Logitech Pro Super Lights, and all 3 of them having a different problem.
Oh.
Animated stuff after 30 watches Anime Raccoon Man play video games. Dude, I'm not anime, alright? I'm like a JRPG character. I stole that from Grimmy. I just stole that from Grimmy. Yeah, I'm not anime. I'm just a dude trapped in a digital box. The Ico lore goes hard. No, apparently it's gonna get here today. Apparently I'm gonna get the plush today. guy who's just now huge. Grimmy. Packaging insane. Dude, I don't know what it is with Grimmy and her merch, but every single time I get anything, I think it's Novel Horizons. Dude. The first plush, the second plush, the mouse pad, even the little charm thing that I got for the keychain. If you guys couldn't tell, I do have a favorite streamer. For sure. Is it Leaf? Absolutely not. That's crazy you would even say that.
Ooh.
She's like my least favorite streamer on the entirety of Twitch.television. Snuffy? Oh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Snuffy is like my Pokemon rival indirectly, alright? Because we both became a raccoon VTuber at the same exact time. I mean, is she even a raccoon anymore? Old gen rival or new gen rival? Do you consider Diamond and Pearl new gen or old gen? Because, you know, like, thud, like, thudding into me, yeah, that kind of rival. I'd call that older. Finally, I got a limited edition. Jesus Christ, I was trying to... The only reason we were buying these is so we can get the limited edition copy. Wait, I got 2. Pog. Not criminal, but a bit of a knobhead. Exactly. 3. What? Lucy Pyre? It is not Lucy Pyre. But I do like Lucy Pyre's Smoge. Her Smoge, her, like, classic emote. Wait, they wanted a bad movie.
Ooh. Oh.
3 limited editions. Oh, was it 3? Oh, you're right. No. Smoge. Although... This is the classic. I like the classic emotes. They're my favorite. But I like... Lucy and Vey have a really good one. I wonder if there's a raccoon that just goes classic. I'm checking right now. 7tv.app. No, I can't give a top 5 favorite streamers because I feel like I'd be wrong. But I can tell you Grimmy's number 1. Classic. Oh my god, there's a Glorp classic. It looks so stupid. There is not a raccoon classic, Sag. Remember when Vey used to stream? She was one of my favorites to watch. Happens with all my favorite streamers. Vebe doesn't stream anymore. Nanashi Mume is gone. And Numi is as good as a once-in-a-month streamer these days. Grimmy goes through random intervals of not being able to stream, like right now she is. Saw bits of Corona on YouTube, then I saw a VR Chat Funny vid on YouTube. He had one vid where Rose was on stream, and then I found after I found out who Rose was after I started watching her. Mini Lurk though. This is Rose, right? Yeah. No! Why? Yeah, Rose Doodle, yeah. Good old VR Funny. I think he recently approved of people doing an archival project for that entire thing. My first VTuber was Kizuna Ai. I remember one day I was on YouTube and I think I was looking through like Vocaloid videos. Not even kidding. It was like Vocaloid content. And I just saw a Kizuna Ai video. And I was like, wow, cool. And these are like the really old ones. I don't know what she does now. And off of Kizuna Ai, I kind of like slowed down with VTuber content because there wasn't really anything else that pulled me to it. Then what? I don't know if I might have watched Hololive. I don't really know what happened between Kizuna Ai and then Hololive. Like, there was definitely something there. Because I saw the debut of the first gen, or Gen 0, I guess, of Hololive. But I didn't get into it until... Really until Mume. Until the first EN gen, and then... And then Mume. I was like, I like this VTuber. Did they approve it? I know the only Nekos that were trying to organize it, tried to approach them for permission, but they're basically ready to pull the plug if they responded with a no. No, yeah, I heard it was approved. I watch a lot of Fauna, like Gura stuff in Cali too. I guess you still have Cali for now. I wouldn't count on Cali leaving anytime soon. Knocks on wood. I think they will do anything possible to keep Cali since they lost Gura. There's just no way. I don't think Fuomoko will ever leave because this was their dream. She kind of hates it there. Really? I don't know. You might be right. I really don't watch her, to be honest. But... maybe I'm reading too much into it. I mean, in your defense and in everyone's defense, many have left in the recent couple months. I would say years at this point, but a lot of people have been leaving, so. But I don't think that Hololive is as bad as people make it out to be. At least compared to other corpos. You know, at the end of the day, Hololive is basically treated like an idol project. They work just like your average idol, while also streaming. So, you know, it's a lot of work. End of a Life is probably the only real song that I listen to by Cali. She's not really my personal cup of tea. As far as like Hololive music goes, It's kind of hard to say. I don't know. I like Iris. Iris has some good jammers, especially her newer projects that are just like Eurobeat. Those are sick. Iris tunes are good, but also Iris has like some real proper vocal cords, man. God damn. I like Mume. Mume's songs are jammers. Good tunes. It's kind of hard for me to get into like VTuber music in overall, because my favorite part about the VTuber is that they stream and play games. I like Ina a lot. Ina and I mean, I guess that's it really now. As far as like the ones that I like Ina, and I guess I like Shiori. Those are like the two that I still sometimes watch. I really wish that they stuck to the Twitch collaborative thing and then just like multi-stream so I could watch them on Twitch instead. I don't need to subscribe. I'm okay with not being able to subscribe. But it would be cool because I don't feel like going on YouTube to watch the streams. YouTube is where I go to either watch a quick like tutorial video or to watch like a no commentary playthrough of something. I do like End of a Life though. It's a really good song. But in all honesty, as of late, I only really watch Grimmy. You know what they should add to this game, sort of? Like, just some sort of memory mechanic so that the organizer role sees where a film might have been located originally, and they'll try their best to put it back into that space. I don't know how much that would work. I don't know if it would even really work. But that would be pretty cool. Pretty cool. This sounds a little bit like Don't fear the Reaper. I've been throwing up all morning. I won't be able to work today. That's okay. See you tomorrow. This gives me finally the ability to do some work here, man. Aside from just buying new films. Yippee! Oh man. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's kind of like Vocaloids. I can't get into Vocaloid anymore, so I don't know. It's hard to get into that kind of music. Where the next wave of games will be. We had simulator games, the Friend Slop. I'm wondering if like the next batch where we rehashed old school games where you do collectathons like Banjo. That would honestly be awesome. I'm curious too.
Hey.
I think the Friend Slop is definitely like winding down a little bit. They still release ones, but they don't look anywhere as fun as Repo, Lethal Company, and Peak. I don't think we'll ever get anything that equals to that. We had the VR wave. We had the friend slop wave. Got them simulators.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know what. Crafting builder. We had Ark Survival. We had. I feel like we kind of had a wave of that because there was like Valheim.
Hey.
There's no way. Oh, never mind.
Whoa.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what the next wave can even be. You know what? I feel like we're in a double wave at the moment. Because we have Arc Raiders, Marathon. It's just a bunch of like extraction shooters. You want popcorn? Okay. A lot of team shooters, yeah. Oh yeah, Don't Starve. I mean, I'm sorry. I would not charge you, but that's a double fee. Just a second, sir.
Escuchada.
The Golden Organ. Kids film, by the way. AAA titles starting to get hit with being held accountable. Feel like Ubisoft are going to have to rethink what they're doing. I don't think Ubisoft ever will. I'm an avid Ubisoft hater these days. And one of my favorite game franchises of all time used to be Assassin's Creed. I'm talking like username based off of the Assassin's Creed franchise. Videos being Assassin's Creed.
Hey.
And I always have the hottest take. I think that Assassin's Creed was best during the Ezio and Altair era. That doesn't mean that I think Assassin's Creed 3 was bad. I don't think that Black Flag was bad. I don't think Unity or Liberations were bad. But I don't think those are Assassin's Creed games. Black Flag was a fantastic game, but that was Pirate Simulator. That is not an Assassin's Creed game. There was the stealth mechanic was just pointless. It was not there for any reason. The moment that they made it where you were forced into combat instances and you couldn't just stealth everything was when it was no longer an Assassin's Creed game to me.
Oh.
How's the business? Going pretty good. This is gonna be the last stream of this game, and then we might pick up Voices of Void. I don't know. Next, you're gonna tell me you don't feel like Arthur Morgan is not an assassin. Hey man, Arthur Morgan. I think Red Dead 2 was leagues better than Red Dead 1, but I feel like that's a poor comparison anyway because Red Dead 1 was older game.
Oh.
Oh, the dude was just knocking.
Hey.
What's up, Kyle? Somebody say about something about the void in here? That's right. The voices of the void. Did the stream disconnect? Are we back? Did it disconnect at all? That was strange. Oh, is it still buffering? Am I fully DC'd? Fine for me? Oh. I think Twitch is just doing something again. Hiccup? I mean, I don't have... It doesn't say I disconnected anywhere.
Huh?
Welcome to chat room messages. Yeah, I'm getting the same. Good to see you, Kyle. Lego Kyle. He's gonna on you stream before he ended. Yeah, Twitch is always doing something weird, messing with that API. I don't. Yeah, you better be careful. Yeah, but every time I have that opinion on games like the Assassin's Creed franchise, people are like, what is wrong with you? Black Flag was the best Assassin's Creed game ever. Sure, dude, look, it could be the best pirate simulator game. It's not the best Assassin's Creed game because it's not, it shouldn't even be an Assassin's Creed game. I don't think it should be, I don't think anything after Assassin's Creed like 3 should be called Assassin's Creed. I did hear that Shadows was like pretty decent for stealth, but it is morally questionable to play that. What do we got? What do we got? Money wanted. It would probably say yes. That's a fair point, yeah. Well, my friend is he used to be a diehard Assassin's Creed player as well. I mean, he might still be. But he did say that Black Flag was substantially better than the Ezio, like, series. And I'm like, dude, nothing beats Altair and Ezio. They're literally assassins. I'm sorry, but Connor was not an assassin. In Liberations, Evie, I think, or Evie? Okay. She was kind of an assassin. Her brother was just, I'm gonna go up and punch everybody. I'm grabbing my, what is it? I'm grabbing the club. That's not an assassin. Where's my stealth? My whole thing about games where, like, stealth is the main mechanic is if I mess it up and I get put into combat, I treat it as I lost the mission and I'm gonna have to restart, and I reload. I reload the mission. I even did that in Cyberpunk, in instances where I'm like, damn it, I could have stealthed this. Reloads. But not all the time with Cyberpunk, because it was kind of fun to do the throwing knife katana build. I can't force you to be right. I mean, I understand Black Flag was a really good game. I'm not going to deny that it was really good for what it was. I don't really feel like it was an Assassin's Creed game. I didn't really feel the assassin narrative in that one. We're gonna be super tense about the next title released. I mean, dude, this Shadows is the equivalent of when Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy released, where if you saw anybody playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's like a witch hunt. They would go out of their way to make you seem like a terrible person. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's do this one. It's Ubisoft, though. I say that, but I've been playing The Division 2 quite a lot. In a way, The Division 2 is like a third-person Destiny-like video game without, like, the superpowers, but a lot of, like, tech. But, like, it's got GMs. You know, it's got Grandmaster Nightfalls. It's got, like... It's got all the it's got raids. With, like, day one teams. Pre-rolls have been activated, which means I need to run advertisements once again, because life is like a box of chocolates. And you never know what you're gonna get. So please stay tuned. I'm gonna run the ads, but I'm not gonna go into the BRB scene this time. We're just gonna yap. It is the nighttime, so really she's just cleaning up the rest of the shelves. So I'm just gonna let the ads roll, and we're still gonna yap. So I'll be right back. For those who have to get hit with ads. There's not much to miss at the moment, so. I wish you could do more with the arcade and stuff in GTA 5. Yeah, I agree. Like, I do enjoy the arcade. That's where I grab a lot of the, my, like, earnings. I don't know why, but the arcade just makes cash money bling. Bro's such a yapper. I am, but I'm getting, like, lightheaded today. From yapping. Feel like I haven't had oxygen intake or something. For me, it's mainly WoW and Borderlands 4. I mean, all I really play at the moment off stream is The Division. I don't really play much else. Marathon now that I finally picked it up. Or I guess booted it up. I don't know, there's just nothing that, like, pulls me to play it at the moment. I played WoW for a little bit, and then Midnight released, and I just didn't play. I did not play the Midnight release. Very strange. It was like the one thing I'm super hyped about. Oh boy, it's time to play Midnight. Doesn't play it. Kind of burnt out, though. I got so many characters to, like, max level doing the Legion remix. Also, Legion remix was so insanely fun for what it was that when I finally got back to normal WoW, I was like, dude, this kind of sucks. Dude, this is kind of, man, what the hell? This ain't that good at all. Bring me back my, like, speed casting and swift leveling. Let it, Kyle. Have a good nap. Damn. That's a superpower to me. People who can nap. I can't do it. Can't do it. Damn. Huge decoration added. Talk stupid. No. Sufficient stimulants to stay awake. Dude, that's me, like, I feel that. I feel that. Even all this coffee, people looked today when I was making my coffee at the espresso maker, or the coffee maker, and they're like, that's a lot of coffee, dude. And I'm like, it still doesn't even work, but I need it. I need it every single day. And it's still not enough. I don't understand. Almost out of coffee. Oh god. Hell no. That's like an emergency order. I would rather be hungry than not have coffee. That's not true. We don't got any money. Yeah. That's... Oh man, dude. I hope things get better. Hope things get better. It's bleak right now. It's bleak. Coffee cake. I like tiramisu. Criminal Heart Gang.
Wow.
Stop, drop it, shit. Sorry. Yeah, later, Kyle.
Oh.
Have a good nap. You want an old movie? Old but gold. I think all Jim Carrey movies are old but gold.
Oh.
Where are the band movies at? I mean, we do have the adult quadrant. Technically, I can't legally purchase those.
Oh.
Why? The adult films? I don't know. I can only acquire them from the dude in the back on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can't purchase them like... They don't show up here. There's no like category up here. I don't know. You can only get the bootlegs. In real life, what? I don't watch anything like that in real life. You got the wrong guy for that. What the hell? Hello? Is this real? This poetry is dead is fake.
Aww.
I'm the degen. It's okay to be a degen. There's a reason you couldn't get them even if you wanted? I see. No, not particularly, no. Just not my thing. I don't find an interest in any of it. I zoned out for a minute. Dude, that's okay.
Huh?
I don't judge. Marine living on a it's about question about the song. Answer about this song. Where exactly do they work?
Oh.
Dude.
Ooh.
I think they work at the car wash. Oh my god, the car wash.
Ooh.
The car wash. Just kidding. They actually work at a Blockbuster. Yeah, they're actually at a Blockbuster. No! Not the cask, a shadow in the west. I miss Blockbuster. Mr. Video Store, man. I need an adult film. Don't worry, I'm totally of age. As you can see by my totally real mustache that's not fake and being held up by a single piece of tape. And it isn't falling over. It's totally real. Unfortunately, sir, we're gonna need more information on that. So please, we're gonna have to check your ID. Yeah, we're gonna have to check your ID. Yeah, sorry. It's just, you know, your mustache makes you look like a villain. Do we have a breakfast bar? Oh, we do. So I'm of age. You can tell by my mustache. I don't know, sir. Look. Rules are rules, alright? Mustaches just make people look evil, not older.
Ooh.
It's like how every Subway smells the same. Oh my god, the smell of Subway is so good. $20 bill. Right this way, sir. Right this way. Follow me right this way, please. Does that, so if I had a Kratos beard, does that make me evil, extra evil? No, you specifically need that, like, twirly mustache. Or, like, the fake mustache.
Ooh.
Mr. Video Store Man, I need a human movie. Don't worry, I'm totally a human, as you can see by my real human hair and green skin, which is very human and normal for humans. Absolutely, sir. Right this way. Do I have a normal human movie for you? Haha. Check this one out right. Where the hell is it? Check this one out right here. Boom. What's up, Ghost?
Oh.
I had a burger for lunch today. It had a fried egg, bacon, and hash browns on it. God damn! Living good. Living la vida loca. Very good human, yes. Very human movie, listen. Burger. I want a burger. You want a kid movie? You want a kid's movie?
Ooh.
Good choice. Those stupid aliens are so stupid getting lost in space. That movie does a great job to show how dumb aliens are. Exactly. Even better, Mrs. Snowblade paid for us, well, with our money. That's okay. Listen, there's nothing wrong with the lady paying sometimes if she also wants to, okay? It is 2026. I think it's more insulting if you don't let them, honestly. I'm just talking from experience here. The last time that I said I'm gonna pay in full, they didn't talk to me for a week, so... Grain of salt, but... It's great. It's a great time. Don't pay in full if they don't want you to. That's just the way it is. Yeah, and now we're gonna play this one right here. Right after this one. I'm queuing it up right now. Hello, fellow human wage worker. I have come to acquire one of your analog films. You can trust me. I was born as a filthy human worm baby. Just like you, friend. Absolutely. Right this way, sir. Boom. There you go. But I couldn't reach my wallet because my taser was in the way. Yo, don't tase me, bro. Now, I think, as a human, that we should not be judging and degrading towards our space neighbors. They're actually quite friendly. Not that I would know. I just read a lot about it online, of course, through the human communications channel like Reddit and Facing Books. What the hell? I wish I had normal human beings. In my chat like this all the time. Oh yeah, cooking games. Yeah, Plate Up and so what was the other one? Overcooked. Nah, don't worry about any of that. They're not really out there. It's just a fabrication of our imagination. We're alone out there, out here. You guys think aliens are real? Yes. Do you think that they're humanoid? Or do you think they're more like Alien versus Predator xenomorphs? Or do you think they're just like amoebas? Or like, what do you think they really look like? What is my gardener? What the? Huh? This guy got ET in his backyard. What the hell? Quan? Oh my god. That is crazy. Ghost! Have you fully moved yet? Not yet? Oh. Well, gosh freaking dang it. Ah, moving Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Will be an amoeba types. My god, do I want them to be intelligent humanoid-like creatures? Do you? What if like all the sci-fi films like come to fruition and xenomorphs just come through and exterminate the entirety of planet Earth? Like ice it like Mandalore. Asari from Mass Effect. Dude. Whoa! What if they're like the Twi'lek? The Twi'lek? From Star Wars? See, now you're getting it. Damn, wait, you guys are right. You guys are right. What if they're like Jabba? Well, then there's gonna be an all-out war, I'm sure. What the hell? Huh? That's not the right film, what the hell? Small amoebas, hot humanoids, or freakish monsters? Apparently, scientifically, it is a 1 in, like, several sextillion or something odds for the same thing to happen anywhere in the universe that happened that caused the creation of humans. Or I guess life. That caused the creation of life on Earth. Just makes you think they're hot through psychic manipulation, and boy, I want to be manipulated. Think anyone has Jabba the Hutt as their hear me out? Absolutely. They found bacteria on Mars? Yeah, that's true. They did. Well, they found, like, some sort of life on a meteor. some sort of living thing. It's also probably bacteria. It's funny when, like, people get so hyped about aliens are real, look, they found this on an asteroid. Settle down. Settle down. What you're looking at is... yeah, it's alive, but you can't even see it yourself. You need a microscope. What's the other Star Wars races? This is an interesting thing to Google. There's a near human, what the hell? Because there's the Twi'leks, but then there's another one that's similar but not a Twi'lek. Oh my god, what if the aliens are like the Ortolans from Star Wars? That's the saxophone, like, elephant. Oh my god, I want them to be like the ones from Camino. Oh my god, what if they're Gamorreans? No! What if they're Geonosians? They just click. That's their whole language. It's crazy. Oh, Togrutas is what I was thinking of. Twi'leks and Togrutas. Gungans. Oh god. Misa Jajaviks. Clicking would be easy to figure out, though. Would it? The Siege of the Giant Big Toe. Amazing.
Hey.
Ah.
Hello, Earth peoples. Hello, Earth peoples. Misa from the Gungarini. Bodybuilder.
Ooh.
What? Oh, come on, you just had a sick day. Fine. Damn, she's getting the back-to-back sick days now. Yeah, they're from Naboo. Yeah. But, you know, Naboo's not a real place here, so I was just like, I don't know. There's tribes in Africa use clicking. I know about that. Is that really that easy to learn? No, you might be right. Got a song stuck in my head, so I'm gonna go play it. Wait, what year did this release? 2006? Really? Not exactly a time-appropriate song, but... You guys like Amy Winehouse? What's that one song with by Alicia Keys with the piano? Well, I assume you're not talking about the New York one. Are you talking about, I always forget that's Alicia Keys. yeah, I think it is I Keep on Falling. I couldn't remember it was just... Oh, it is just called Fallen. I was thinking If I Ain't Got You, but that's not the right song. I respect her, but don't care too much. Yeah, that's fair. This song hits, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't frequent listening to Amy Winehouse, but this song does get stuck in my head sometimes. Yo. I don't even think I have a main genre of music anymore. Last year I probably would have just said metal. Nowadays I'm just like, it's everything. Shuffle. Shuffle it all. No, no, no. I was too young to really know her music. My parents really liked her music. And, you know, and then she died. So I got like more. It's kind of like Michael Jackson. When I was younger, I didn't really care for the music. Aside from like what, Billie Jean and Smooth Criminal. But then he passed away, and I was like, well, I just started listening to like everything.
Compañero.
I think it kind of sucks that there's a lot of singers and bands I don't really listen to until they pass or break up. Yeah, but it's just like not all of them get the publicity or the recognition until that happens, because then everyone's like, oh no. And some people just don't realize how good an artist is until it's too late.
Oh.
For me, that was honestly Nirvana was stupid old man.
Oh.
What's up? I agree, though. I agree. There's a lot of artists I'm just like, wow, this would have been really cool to listen to when they were still alive. Or before they broke up. Fortunately, you know, I got My Chemical Romance. I listened to... What the hell was that? I listened to when they still were a band, when they were together. Most pop punk and stuff. Blink-182. Crush on back in the day, still kind of do Shakira. For me, as far as like popular singers, it was Hayley Williams. But there was a random time where Rihanna, I don't know, just something about Rihanna at the time. Young Aiko was just like, yeah. It's whenever Disturbia came out, and then she had the one music video where she was like in a military uniform. I don't know, something about it. the opposite issue. I listened to a lot of Codaline. But now they're breaking up and on their last tour right now, and all the tickets sold out. Yeah, it's always the worst when you want to see them live, and it's just like, man, that's crazy. Those prices. On those final tours. And it's always people that, like, never heard of them, and now they want to see. Yeah, I wish I saw Daft Punk live. Gorillaz, I like to see live. I saw Paramore live. I saw Linkin Park once. News reports stating band got sucked into an alternate dimension. What the? What is it? The American Rejects, the new American Rejects. All you gotta keep is strong. The Bionicles need your help to set the American Rejects free from whatever the enemy was called. Yeah, see, I didn't participate in that event, but it's just because I can't get into Fortnite. But I did watch the event on YouTube. Whatever, we're gonna be together. I'll be here and they'll be here.
Hi. Oh.
Pay. Now. Thank you, sir. Oh, you want the cotton candy? Okay. You wanted blue. Don't worry. Here you go, sir. Have a great day. Hello, sir. $1. Hello. Hey! A man has fallen into Lego City. Into a river in the Lego cities. These people don't know Aiko's gonna kill them all. Ha ha ha. It has to be done. Yeah, you're gonna be paying that $20 rental fee. You know what? Just for your attitude... Yeah, we got a lot of pennies in the store. That's... Yeah. Yeah, how do you like that? Get out of my face. What's up, man? His face, yeah. It would have been funnier if the dude to the right was just scared. He's like terrified. He's like, I'm not gonna complain. I don't want that many pennies. Another day, another dollar. Am I right? New release? The final release is tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, take a guess. What will it be? What genre? For the record, we still have yet to get a single romance new release. Not even one. We have acquired another drama. We now have 3 drama, 1 comedy, 1 police, 3 sci-fi, 4 horror, No kids, one kids, and one Christmas. Will we really complete the entire year without a single romance film? Bad Backs 2 sci-fi. Injured Back Mountain, oh god. Injured Spine Hill. No, yeah. Damaged Spine Hill. No, it'll be like peaks or something instead of mountain. It'll be Cliffs of Dover. Now I'm playing it. Oh yeah. Who's been drawing dicks? Damaged Spine Hill is my favorite death metal band. Dude, it does sound kind of death metal, right? This is my favorite map to play on Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero 3, Legends of Rock. It's not loud enough. Boom, 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 boom. No! Not Criminal Heart Gang. They even reserved this one. So, dude. So you got here his massive shipmate strikes again. Astro Ghost. That sounds awesome. Why does the RV only have two wheels? Oh, it's not like it's not an RV. It's the front would be like connected to another car. Keeping my banjo oiled up. I do not oil up your banjo. Yeah, it's Caravan. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name. I'm just gonna say how it is, but they do not be making music like they used to, alright? Now you're either with me or you're against me. And if you're against me, then you're my enemy. Was that you were saying about banjos? It said not to, I said not to be oiling up your banjos. That doesn't make any sense. What the hell? What is that? That's a banjo. Stop cleaning the banjo. Stop that. I'll be damned. This guy is cleaning the banjo. How about oiling up people? Well. Well. You know what they say. $1 a day keeps the bills away. In the 1990s. Not anymore. Not anymore. It ain't about $1 a day. Where's my tubular music? What? Yeah, this actually released in 1992, so. I hate the song. I'm not. Do you know how often I have to hear this? No, a lot. Oh, wait. We're not even getting a new hold up. We're not even getting a new release. We just got Forward to the Past a second time. Wait, we can get the limited edition. Does that mean we've gotten all of the new releases? It's a sign. You're right. You're right. It's actually 1990 again. I mean, alright, this song's fine, but if you go to, like, Manhattan, you need to understand, this song plays like 7 times a day alongside Frank Sinatra.
Oh.
Tourist stuff? Yeah. New York. Give me that, give me that. Is that limited edition right there? Did I see? Yes! I don't want to talk about it.
Whoa!
We did it! You want a new release? Hey! Yeah. Yeah. But these don't count. Look, these are not new releases. You gotta buy new copies of it. Now, I'm wondering if this means... Oh! This guy said... Valshruen, Speda Althar. I just asked for a fantasy movie recommendation in elf language I invented. A lady said that to me years ago. You ain't special. Freaking nerd. Jeez. Or this guy thinks he's speaking in Danish or something. Yeah. Hey, Helvete to you too, man.
Oh.
That's Swedish. How am I supposed to know a language dude invented himself? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Hi. I reserved a copy of Poetry is Dead.
Wow.
What the hell? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just one day away from the anniversary of this store. Holy moly. I'm curious if we'll get any new releases next year then. If it's probably just gonna be re-releases. Because we got this one. I don't know if it's randomized or not. I would kind of wish it changed at least the box. It should have been forward to the past 2. Concrete wet dream tomato. One way ticket, one way ticket, one way ticket.
Ooh.
– 2011? Absolutely not. What year did this song release?
Ooh.
There's no way it was 2011. Hell no. This is not 2011. When did this release? 1979. I was gonna say, there's literally no way. But, like, 4 of the songs on Spotify are saying it's 2011. I'm like, that's not... No. That's wrong. Maybe that's when you added it to Spotify or something. I don't know. Sweden? You want a new release? Yeah? Check out Forward to the Past.
Ooh.
Hey.
Hey.
Pay the fine. Pay the fine. I don't even know who you are. Customer loyalty. A loyal customer wouldn't break my VHS tapes. Ooh. Willy Wonka's here. How exciting. Oh boy, oh boy. Should we, like, we should stock up on, like, chocolate. I need, like, a better snack section. If they're gonna, like, super buy them tomorrow. I mean, I guess I'll just watch and then resupply whenever needed. Do a full restock. Yo, 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 you want a police movie? Yeah, the Popo got the bomb agents. Check that one out. What do we got here? What broke? What broke? Explosive bodybuilder. Nah. So you guys excited about Leafeon's, teaser announcement secret?
Her.
Yes. Wow. Crazy. Hey, Taffy TV, yo, you got any home movies in the back for me? I do. What are you looking for? Hey, what are you looking for, homie? I got a lot of them. I personally suggest this one right here, double profit action. You know what I'm talking about? You do, actually? Yeah, I sure do, man. What's up, Taffy? Need more? What was it? I can't freaking tell you. Go check the Discord. Hello? I'm not Leafeons, right? I'm not gonna spill the tea. She'd be pissed about that. And then I'd have to microwave it, because I spilt it. How you doing, Taffy? Hope you're doing well, man. Hey, how you doing, homie? I was thinking about Taffy the other day. I got a delivery, and I'm like, damn it, Taffy and I literally never played any of the games we said we would play. Hey! What are you doing? What are you doing? Just because you got the hair and the glasses, you think you can be doing whatever you want. Well, you can't be doing nothing that you want. Hey, can I get an adult? What's with all the British people coming in right now and asking for the adult films? Alright, Malky, I got you, man. You want an adult film? This one's for you, man. My Time with My Boat, alright? The Colossal Dragon. That sounds like an adult movie. Maybe not in the 90s. Tea! Oh my god, you spilled the tea. What the hell? Doing good, brother? Hope you're having fun. I'm chilling. This is gonna be the last stream of this game for a while. Can I get an adult movie? You're not British, so actually you can't. You already got one earlier, man! Come on, dude! You already got one, man! Touch his fingers together. Dude, we should, man. I'm trying to land this job at the moment, so like my times are gonna get really scuffed. Soon TM. Oh yeah, we have to keep checking the employees. Damn, everyone applied. But they all suck. Tomodachi Life? Yeah, I saw people like manipulating the text or whatever, the TTS in it. It looks kind of funny. I probably won't get it. Just because I don't know. I don't know if I'd get into it. I keep thinking it's a Switch exclusive, which I know it isn't. Retaking my Switch back from Mrs. Snowblood to play Tomodachi Life. I think you can play it on the PC. I mean, I kind of left the internet when I got my big boy job, so was life. Yeah. You know, there's just no time. No time. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, I'm in uni at the moment. I'm returned to uni. So my time is very much already just bogged up as it is. So adding work to the mix is just gonna make it worse. There's no Gary here, sorry. Gary Mod is currently not born yet. Actually, he is born, but he's away. He's on a trip in his favorite rocket ship. Tomodachi Life it's not exclusive, is it? I thought you can get it on PC. Or am I wrong? Is it exclusive? What's up, Stagnant Heart? I think it is. Oh. Well, I don't know then. Pretty sure it's exclusive? No. Well, then I'm definitely not getting it, because my Nintendo Switch is somewhere. Hasn't been used in a long time. Collected dust. There's no point. I don't think I would even get a new Switch for Pokopia. I would get a new Switch if they announced a new Legend of Zelda main title game. For sure. I'd get a Switch 2 tomorrow, if it means Legend of Zelda. Nah, honestly, I got Smash Bros. Ultimate and I didn't even finish the campaign. So that's the other thing I would argue with myself is it worth getting a $600 console for one singular game? Because I don't have much of an interest for new gen Pokemon. I would play Pokopia, I feel like. I'd probably play that one. They yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have much of an interest in any of the Nintendo titles anymore. Maybe like a full-fledged new Kirby, but even like the newer Kirby that I played, it wasn't that great. It was okay. I know that there's an Ocarina of Time remake supposedly. Yeah, the rumors of that happening. That's not enough. If they announce maybe Ocarina of Time remake and I don't know, Majora's Mask, I'd consider that more. Yeah. But I don't think I would want to get a Switch solely for remakes. The problem with my Switch 1, my normal Switch, is that it collects dust nowadays. There's no game that I care to play on it. And that was kind of like the regular thing for it too, right? Like, I played quite a few games on it, and they lasted for the time they did, but anything in between, I didn't play. That Switch just collected dust until the next big game. The Switch will Ocarina of Time? Does Bruno Mars is gay? Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially done it. We have made it to the first year of our store! We did it! 1 full year! Oh my goodness! Holy moly! It's kind of funny. Okay, so there will be boosted rentals all across all genres and 100% chocolate bar purchases. I mean, this is incredible. Love seat, forever yours.
Oh.
Have you guys been craving any, like, genre of game lately? Like I said, I feel like there's not much I feel like playing, man.
Ooh.
I've been having more fun fiddling around with my computer and, like, customizing it. To the point where I feel like I should just set up Linux, but then I can't play, like, 99% of the games. It's not true. Just most games are, like, anti-cheats. Play some with people I've been drawing in my off time. Yeah, I don't feel like playing with people because it's just annoying to like schedule. And typically people want to play later in the day, and later in the day is when I want to be left alone. Anything like after stream is just like, listen guys, this is my quiet time. This is where I'm gonna do my assignments to university and just not exist.
Oh.
Damn, they're going crazy. They love the galaxy bars. Excuse me. Hello? Oh my goodness, ma'am. Do you have any manners? Jeez. I really hope she farted. God damn, the arcade is so loud. It's like sensory overload over there. Wake up! Forward to the past. Forward to the past. Forward to the past. Forward to the past. Forward. This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. No, this one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. Gotta get this one. Work's kind of drained me, so drained me a bit, so I haven't committed to playing anything much lately. Yeah, that's fair. I think I'm not even like drained by anything. I don't know. What I do know is I have to run ads, and that sucks. I've been like more invested in just learning how to do C++, and I like customizing my computer, so every once in a while I'll do a full reset. But everything's cappuccino macchiato blue, so yeah. Be right back, guys. Be right back. Gotta run those ads. I don't know how long the ads have been over. I went to piss. I came back. I sat down. And I just stared. I was mesmerized, dude. That I like that song a lot. That artist doesn't make a lot of music. They kind of just went missing after 2019. I don't know. They haven't posted anywhere. They got some tunes, man. It is annoying. I guess I just miss when me and a couple of my buddies would do random stuff like grind Terraria a bit. That's honestly fair. Yeah.
Oh.
At an effort to be a little bit more social, I haven't. That's also one of the reasons that I started playing Marathon. Is most people are playing Marathon in my friend groups, so it just makes sense. But they have a solo mode in there, so I guess if I ever don't have anyone to play with, just run it solo. And I have the Division 2, which I've been playing solo. I don't know. I think, honestly, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I feel like I exerted so much of my social battery on VR chat for 7 years that I'm just like, I'm fried now. Like, my battery needs to be replaced, but there's no way to replace it. My social battery has just been like beat to shit. There's I don't know. I'm like fried socially.
Hey.
I'll have like super social days where I jump at the opportunity to play with people or like hang out in real life.
Ah.
And then I'll go like 2 months where I don't do any of it. I just don't. They'll be like, hey, you want a VC? No, not really. Sorry. 50-50 on whether my IRL friends have time to play games or not, and online friends are usually not playing stuff until right before I have to go to bed. So yeah, that does suck. My IRL friends are very hit or miss to plan stuff with. One of them is like the definition of introvert. They just don't. They don't do any of that. No! No, please, not Mammoth in Miami. Oh, God. Bring it back. Mine is always a skateboarding game. But they can be iffy. I will say though, Skate Story had me in tears a couple days ago, and then I essentially rotted the next couple of days, but that might mostly be some bad timing on my part and bad visions of self-grandeur that were crushed again, not helped by the end of the game. I should play Skate Story. I hear really good things.
Oh.
Wahoo! We did it! We did it! 1 whole year! 1 whole year! Wahoo! GTA Online. That is my go-to when I don't know what to play.
Hey.
No, we already have 1,000 games? Or you mean 1,000 movies?
Wow.
No, we're done with that. We did that last stream. That was the very last thing we did before I ended. Own 1,000 movies in your inventory. Yeah, it's over, man.
Oh.
It is over. The horror category definitely definitely played a part in carrying that, and sci-fi. 1 year's been long enough for total loss insurance claim, right? That's right. This doesn't seem like a boosted purchase of chocolate bars. Just saying. The new Fishing World in VR chat. I heard it's really good. Like, really, really, really good. But VR chat, this is a no-go for me. No-go for me. But I heard that game, or that the world is extremely good. Imagine the game just ends here. What if this is the final day? It just doesn't loop. Nah, because it says anniversary. The event is an anniversary. Monster Hunter is one that I wish I could play more often, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't have much that I want to do. I guess I can do more light bowgun, like, building, or getting all the Gogma Lord Soul setup stuff for Chargeblade, but bro, I'm way too lazy to commit to that. Gogma is a very long hunt. Very long hunt. I mean, I guess people have, like, found a way to speed it up. Their own movie delivery, their delivery movie system. Oh god. What if the next thing I get in this is the red box and we just put it outside? No one ever comes over to the store anymore, just to the box. GTA. GTA is my typical go-to. I don't know what I want to play, but I want to play something. GTA. Though, honestly, like I said, lately, it's not even like, oh, I don't have anything to play. Because, I don't know, lately when I have nothing to do, I go through, like, all the latest cybersecurity news, and then I go through, like, how I can customize my PC further. My entire PC is customized under something called Capuchin. And I use the Macchiato Blue palette. It's actually so satisfying to see. I have it everywhere. I have it on Reddit. I have it... No, what broke? No! We don't like broken horror movies. We don't approve of that. Hell no. And limited edition. What the hell, man? Digital virtual disc store opens across the store. There were no survivors. It's so over. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. No one's ever fact-checked on the internet, right? Right, Joe the Lion? Ah, right? Yeah, you guys remember when I played this song? No, not remastered. Play the original. I don't want your remastered. This song is such a banger. Dude, I can just, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie, these first 30 seconds, if they just made a song completely like that, even if it's the same for those like 4 minutes, I would listen to it. I would loop it. This intro is insanely good. It's around the world, 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 around the world. My point stands proven. Even though I'm sitting. Start selling Laserdisc? Dude, that's not even a thing yet, alright? Relax. We're still on those floppy disks. I just want to see what the calendar's going to look like for the next year. Because are the new releases now going to be new? Or because we got Forward to the Past a second time? Yeah, what if the secret reveals DVDs? Intergalactic. Taylor, good job, well done. Emma, good job, well done. It was a good year. It was a good year. Checks applicants. Oh my god, a double fast, but both of these are kind of useless to me. Yeah. We don't really want double fast. We want one that's fast, and we want to see the buffs. The other people aren't certain on. Oh yeah, all the samples, yeah. This part's my favorite. So good. So good. We could be heroes. No. What song samples the beginning there? Or is this song sampling? I know that from somewhere else. Like, I almost see the music video for it. I don't know. Could be like any song. Hail song? I don't know. I don't know what song I'm thinking of. The one from TikTok. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I have the strangest TikTok For You page known to man. And I don't typically get the trends that everyone else seems to, like the songs you're mentioning and stuff. Like, it'll go from random memes, like nostalgia memes, to literal nostalgia videos, to like IT related stuff, to I guess there's more. I can't really think of anything else. Asian content. For sure. For sure. Well, guys. It's about to start. Or it's about to end. It's over. Our first year, guys. Ha! We did it! Yep, just another day in the life. That's funny, nothing really happens. Are there any new releases? There are new releases. There are. The schedule looks pretty much the same as it did the first year. You wanna raise? Sure. I mean, we have money now. A lot of it. I don't know what to do with it now. This is what billionaires must feel like. I mean, we only have 2.6K, but it's like... You know? I want to see what happens when we get to new releases again. So we're gonna get to the third. I just want to see if it's gonna be a repeat or not. We might have unlocked it all. 2020 was a massive trend of people being like, when I see my sleep paralysis demon, hey, hey. I know of the Polish paralysis demon meme.
Oh.
We can be heroes. I don't want to be a hero. I want to be a villain. I want to be super evil.
Oh.
Just for one day. We could be villains. Just for one day. I can't pick it up. I can't pick it up. Please. Please, Volvo. Volvo, please. Unban my account. I want to play CS. Please, Volvo.
Hi.
Bonjour. The hag will see you. God, I hope so.
Oh.
Please, Volvo.
Hey,
Strangers. Unban my account. I want to play CS. Volvo.
Hey.
Hello! Loving the hair. You want the plant pot team. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright.
Ooh.
Who's calling me?
Bajo.
You want the mass cupcake? Please, Volvo. Who is calling me here today? Sci-fi movies. The Trophy Night Elf. Fish behind enemy lines? The Stolen Trophy. Froggy and his trusted family. In stores now. Oh my goodness, there is no more space, the action films again. Yo dude, you want a Christmas movie? I recommend you watch Prisoner Wrapped in Lights.
Ooh.
Come to my store. Come to my store. Come to, okay. Alright. Cool, dude. Loser. Loser not coming to my store. Loser. Loser. You will be paying the fee, and do not piss me off. I got a Glock in my Rari. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh.
I got a Glock in my Rari. I'm like, yeah, she's fine, wondering if she'll be mine.
Hi.
Make them pay. Now, you lost a customer? Okay. If I had a gun, I would blast you in front of everybody. Oh, you're the one that reserved the haggle. See you. Almost based, almost based. Hello. You have been waiting for the release of Forward to the Past. Do I have a copy? For you, I have everything in the world.
Ah.
Have a great day. Yo, dude. I like that they just look up. Are you wi- Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, you're gonna play this one now? Come on, man. You got this. Oh, snap. What? Dude! You didn't even finish playing, man! The hell's this guy's problem? Yo, Elite! What's up, man? We just reached 1 year in this game. We had our anniversary event. Can't wait for the Elite playthrough of this. Dude, yeah, cool pumpkin, right? Poetry is dead. Oh yeah. Yep, so this is my last stream of the game for a while, for sure. We did what we had to. We reached a year and I got every achievement. Just a ordinary day in the life of someone that works at Blockbuster, I guess. In 10 years! Oh god. What would happen? Dude, what would happen if I time traveled 10 years into the future in this game? You guys ever watch that show? Dude, what would happen It's like they were trying to be almost like ridiculousness. No, not ridiculousness. You want an old film? Damn, what's good? Yo, you want someone to watch that with or what? We can watch this together.
Whoa!
Yo. Alright, cool. Wow, Scuffed Basketball League to 10 years. Yeah, you only just finished the first year, right? Are you gonna like, I mean, I don't know if you can, but are you gonna speed it up at any point? Not that you should. I just know that if I invest into a game like that, I don't know how far I can go without like sort of speeding up the process. Unless you're, I mean, obviously there's a difference if you're not in a rush and you only play it like once a week, then yeah, that's also very fair. Trying to find the TikTok trend because I'm sure you know it. I probably do. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, it ends this Thursday. Okay, I gotcha. Hell yeah. Do I have anything like that that's been going on for a long time? Like a playthrough? I had one for RimWorld. But that slowed down a long time ago. Wednesday, sometimes Thursday, when I finish a story game, I plan to play Hoopland maybe like 4 nights a week. It's like a break from story games. Yeah, that's very fair. This is my like my break from the Resident Evil franchise because we played 5 of the games and I'm just like, all right, we're gonna settle down for a little bit. I'm gonna play this game. $30 years. God damn. Wow. Yeah, that is true, yeah. And here, I was thinking about renaming the Poland TSM. Because TSM's a dead team now. Rebrand it to something else. But then I was like, well, I don't even know what I would name them instead. This is a banger. Boston! Hey, we're in Boston today. Massachusetts. God. Yeah. I won't lie. A big reason why I kept playing this for so long. I mean, I was gonna make it to the at least 1 full year and all achievements anyway. But the music excuse is a big one too, because I know I can play this music anytime, but it's time fitting at the moment. It fits to the time zone, no, timeline. My airbed with fellow employees of a hospital. Oh god, oh god. Dude, same. Same, man. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what has to be done. Oh. Yo. Robbie 6, let's go, Johnny 5, Wally. Oh! Oh yeah, the dude, I love Motorsport Manager was so fun. That's where I invented the name Mike Roble. Now I use that as an alias sometimes. It was my DoorDash one for a little bit. Play as sports friends that start a franchise or something and play one season then start someone else. Yeah, I feel like I do similar with, maybe not with sports games, but I could take this at 10 years. It's gonna slow down now for sure, though. Like maybe once a week. It's less hype if there are no more new releases. That if they're just repeated. That'll be my big deciding factor on how to continue this game. What a jam. What a jam. Is this more of a banger than Carry On My Wayward Son? Honestly, I do think it is. I love Carry On My Wayward Son, though. There's different bands, but I don't know, that's the song that popped in my head. Yes, yeah, I think the song is more of a jammer. It hits. It hits. I was already you know what? Play it again. Play it again. Play it again. Hell yeah. This one's not time appropriate. Oh, you play this at the track? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, the riff. Yeah. I love it when cars are rolling on the track. Oh, hell yeah. That's fun, man. That's cool. The skeleton obsession. I've never gone to like a racetrack. My friends wanted to go to one of those like expensive car tracks where you can try out expensive cars, right? And we just never went. Classic. I'm out of action movie storage. Help. I've gone go-karting. Yeah, I don't think so. We have a lot of go-karting. Bumper cars. Holiday break-in.
Oh.
I mean, there's a lot of Beastie Boys from before 1991 that is as awesome as this. Oh, absolutely. But this song hits. It hits.
Oh.
Drop. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Watkins. Yo. What's good?
Hey.
Oh, this is an adult film.
Oh.
Yeah. I just stole it from that dude. I just yoinked it from him. Yeah. Do. Yeah, this is a banger. You know what? Just play it all. I'm not gonna pick songs. Yeah, no, I've never been to a racetrack. I've been to every other like sporting track that exists, at least in the US. Football, other football, basketball, baseball.
Hi.
Bowling. Granted, I played, I never watched anyone professionally play bowling. Actually, I did once. Not professional, because it was like high school level, but like they were on the team. So whatever that counts as. Golf. You want a bad film?
Wow.
I have been to a Yankees game. It's really weird. My school, we had a field trip to go watch the Yankees. No, what am I talking about? We had a field trip to watch the Red Sox versus, I don't remember what the other team was, but it was not New York. I don't remember. It was so long ago now, but and then people complained, so they did another field trip later, and that field trip was for the Yankees. I think it was the Yankees and it might have been the Phillies.
Ah.
But yeah, I've only seen them through a field trip. The Mets I've seen on just with friends. We went. They say old? I keep forgetting what they're saying. Bad Christmas movie. Mushroom wrapped in lights.
Oh.
Man, they didn't get a New York team? Yeah, pretty much. Like, what the hell? Why are we here for the Red Sox? I remember it vividly, that field trip, because the teachers were pissed, but at one point I walked away from the group, and I went to like this open area, and the ball landed right next. I wasn't even paying attention to the game at that moment. The ball landed right next to me, and I pick it up, and there's a dude running at me, and I'm like, this dude is huge, all right? That dude was massive, okay? I was maybe like 15 years old. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. That shit was crazy.
Oh.
I actually thought I was gonna get run over by this dude. It's like the only thing I really remember from that field trip. That and the teachers being pissed that we didn't get a New York team. Yo. Did you guys have a Washington, D.C. trip in your schools? I feel like every single East Coast state does. I didn't go on mine. I kind of regret it. I feel like it would have been cool to see D.C. I've never seen D.C. in my entire life. And it's like right there.
Ooh.
Well, I say right there, but how far really is it? Directions. What? Directions. Driving. Four and a half hours. So it's not that close, but... I still think I'd like to go. Just once. Average American daily commute. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Don't be silly.
Hi.
I think the longest drive I ever had to like a workplace or a job related, or a school related thing was one hour. It was about an hour. Yeah, I was in New York, but it was no longer in, like, the city. It was, like, New York State. It was, it wasn't bad. The worst traffic is always, like... the Brooklyn Bridge, the Washington Bridge, and honestly, any of the bridges that take you to like the next major zone. Gamer talk here, but yeah. Everywhere else in the US that has an average commute of 4 hours. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Come on. It's not that bad. The travel times are fine. It's actually funny you say that because one of the people in the IT team, the tech team for the place that I want to work, they commute from Pennsylvania every single day. So we're talking like it's like a 3-hour drive every single day. That is crazy. I have dog. You have dog? What's dog doing? What's up, Shirkwan? Actually, you were here earlier. Yeah, you were here earlier. You saw the intro. It's around this point of the game where I'm like, God damn. I know I could be done faster if I did it myself. Or at least help. Dog is napping in the corner. Nice. What kind of dog? Is it the dog from the pictures? Most of it? Actually, you know, I like this intro. The one from today, for this week. Maybe it's my new favorite. I don't know. I rushed to do this one because I thought it was Sunday on Saturday, and I was like, oh god, I need to get this. I need to quick, man. I gotta be quick about this. From the pictures, hell yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We had the dogs yesterday for a little bit. And what was I saying? I had a lot of assignments to do over the weekend, so I just locked in on those, and I was like, I was so lost with what time and day it was that, yeah, I was like, uh-oh, I'm not gonna have a new intro for tomorrow. Make it, look at the calendar, oh. So then on Sunday I made some changes, fixed it up a little bit, made it not as bland. I think I like last week's more. Last week's? Why do you like last week's more? What did you like about last week's that was better? Oh no. Oh no. We're running out of space again. I think it's a good point to not buy any more films, though. Except for new releases. I want to see what tomorrow's is. Juice went awesome. No one does like that guy. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. No one does. It is kind of like Schedule 1, yeah. Except I can't shoot anybody. It's like the big downside. Schedule 1 lets me, you know, gun people down. It's the only thing that's missing. It's a lightning. New movie today! Is it new? Nope. It's just Poetry is Dead again. Oh, it is... Wait, no, what? It's Bad Backs. It's Bad Backs is the new release. Nope. Not Bad Backs 2. Just Bad Backs. You badmouthed Snowblade in this one, and that rubbed me the wrong way. That's his fault. He should have continued to do the fun facts of the day. But he gave up. Yes, yes, we have the limited edition of Forward to the Past! Woohoo! Which means we are now officially missing... I can actually look. We have Hell Hotel. We need Bad Dreams on Mel Road. We need the limited edition of that one. We need... Rain Woman, I think? Yes, so the only two that we need, limited edition wise, are Rain Woman and whatever else I said. And the Mel Road. And then we got them all? Yep. Well, that being said, though, all the new releases are just old new releases, new old releases, old new releases. So, as I've said, this will be the winding down phase of this playthrough. Today will be the last real stream for a while of this game.
Hey.
And we will be committing to a new game.
Oh.
Or a new old game, if you will. Tomorrow. I mean, Voices of the Void doesn't have like a franchise thing, but I have considered just playing it after completing the main story. And just seeing what more we can do.
Wow.
And just having a continuous playthrough of it. The thing is that I feel like there's not a lot to do after you're done with it, with the main story. Like, yeah, I can try to find some more of the secret signals, and Oh, drama. Yeah, drama's kind of
Hey.
stacked.
Whoa!
I need a new shelf. I just don't know where to put it. Good drama film.
Oh.
Wait, where'd she put it? Maybe she finally found a spot 'cause someone grabbed a film? From my understanding, the AI does not mix films with already categorized shelves. So that was my fault at some point. They do not do that. They don't do it themselves. If they don't find a place to shelf it, they just put it over here. You shabadop. Holy moly.
Hey.
Or a lovely cupcake?
Wow.
Artificial, like using the wall builder to make an entirely new building in the valley. I would need a full-fledged proper purpose behind doing something like that. I guess. Like, if I'm going to extend the playthrough, there needs to be a goal, a proper objective that makes sense to do.
Oh.
Right? Like, every playthrough I try to get 2 Kerfuses. Just because I do.
Ooh.
Every playthrough, I make sure to beat the story. Every playthrough, I try to make at least one, crypto miner, right? For the big cash monies. And I try to explore everything that I haven't before. If possible.
Oh.
Like we did the mine last time. I don't even know if it was proper. Like, I feel like there was actually more to explore in the mine, but it was just tedious, and I didn't feel like dying and restarting. And by the time we're done with the playthrough, and we've done everything that I just mentioned, we're like 100 hours into the stream playthrough, right? Like, especially since I slow down how long the days go, I don't have it like normal time frame. Every day is longer. Oh, the mine is randomly generated? I see. What? We don't have... No, we have Christmas space. What are you talking about? Yep. You've been waiting for the Forward to the Past release. Well, homie, I think we are out of those. Yeah, it's not even under the new releases. So, let me get it. Let me get it for you, man. Oh my god, limited edition. Again. Can't find any drama shelves. Still? Well, that's because you keep stacking Poetry is Dead on here. Gotta sell some copies.
Hey.
Oh.
What other dupes do we have? Oh my god, so much poetry is dead. Yo, what's up, man? It's been a year. Keeping my gambler oiled up. The floating coffin in love. My sweet and tasty beggar. The goldfish's stolen horseshoe. The bridge beyond the clairvoyant. What? The bridge to Terabithia? I have to run ads because life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. And just like the same way, you don't know what ads you're gonna get. And if you don't get ads, you don't know what song's gonna play. Good luck figuring that out. Be right back. Damn. Damn. That was good. That was a good mix. That was a good, like, visual thing. I like that one. I like that one. Oh, how many copies did I get of this? I thought I sold most of them. Oh my god, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Keep like 3. Okay, we got 3 on display. That's it. What's up? Good stuff. I was trying to find the song, but Google kept pointing me to the A$AP Rocky song that uses the entire song in it. What song? The one I was playing? That's I'm God by Clams Casino. Also known as like one of the most sampled songs in like breakcore, dude. I have a playlist on Spotify called Every Song That Has Ever... I'm not even kidding. I have it somewhere. Every song that sampled I'm God by Clams Casino. And it's like 99% breakcore. There's 100 songs in there. Almost. It's like 96. Found in the End. It's a good song. What are my unofficial all-time favorites? Unofficial because I think all-time favorites are songs that I can find myself looping no matter what mood I'm in. And that song is very existential. I don't think I can listen to it all the time. I definitely think there are songs that fall under the bracket of I will be able to loop this forever. No, you're listening to the A$AP Rocky song. Dude, just Shazam it or whatever. Actually, does Shazam even exist anymore? I just thought about that. Is Shazam still a thing? They probably got some like AI generated song finding thing now. Soundtrack to Skate Story? Ah, okay. Gotcha. Oh, that song is in there? I got I'm God by Clams Casino in there? Ah! Shazam is still a thing. I should probably put that on my phone. There are definitely like times where I'm out and about, or like there's a streamer playing music, and they don't have like, you know, the command to play music. To show what music is playing, rather. Actually, I don't even think we have it at the moment, because Nightbot doesn't do that. Fossabot was connected directly to my, Apple Music, Spotify, Fubar. Gotta get Fossabot back. They were just scuffed for a while, and I was annoyed, so I swapped over to Nightbot. Damn, 3K. It's the most we've ever had in this game. We literally have nothing to spend it on. Ugh. I can tell the springtime showed up. The stomach issues are underway for sure. I already know it. Unless this is a magical year where that doesn't happen. Oh, yeah. The greatest store name to ever live. I wonder if it even fits the whole name. As a very awake person, I would, of course, never need this. Wow, yeah, you know, there is a really good film to fall asleep to. Not that you would ever need it, of course. No, that'll be crazy. But, damn, I had one in mind, and then I just, like, lost my train of thought. I remember seeing this film, and I was like, this looks snoozer as hell. I bet you can fall asleep too easily to any of the Scientist series. They're all good critics. What? Is there any poorly rated one? There's not even one of these Scientist films that are badly rated. They're either average or good critics. Damn. I would suggest The Scientist and a Sailor. This is a very old film. It'll probably make you a little woozy. You'll probably end up falling asleep. I don't suggest it if you know, if you have problems with falling asleep during movies, but could be a good film. Could be. My film just okay. Great. Awesome. Did that movie disappear? Jump scare worker. I don't... It's so weird how that happens. And it's always her. Or there's this one customer that does it every time. They look just like Taylor, but it's... Well, okay, without the glasses. So are you on your Easter vacation now? Damn, you guys get like a crazy Easter vacation. Yes, that's cool. That does not exist here. Took 3 days off for it. So what's like the usual length of the vacation? Has she normally got glasses? Nope. Or was she just out last night trying to hide her bloodshot eyes? I'm okay with whatever it is that she's trying to do there. She either looks good or is trying to hide the fact that she probably had a long night. And that's okay. I'm still the same. Thursday to Monday. Nice. Damn, not bad. That's a pretty good vacation. Yeah, I don't think there's that we got one like that. I'm not sure, actually. What I'm sure of is that that will be the conclusive point of this playthrough for the time being. Yes. Yes. Mini vacation before summer? Oh yeah, true. No more Mr. Video Store? I will try to make it like a once a week type thing, but if I really do start Voices of Void tomorrow, I'm going to be very honest, I don't think there's any other game that I'm willingly going to play. Voices of Void is a game that I tell myself I will be moderate about, and then I start the playthrough and I play it every single day for longer than like normal stream intervals. It happens every single time. But the plan is to start Voices of Void tomorrow. So, it's either that or I start Resident Evil Revelations. Might have to break my stream on Wednesday considering the timing. Timing? What timing? Don't worry, you can't break stream streaks anyway. You just go watch a clip and you get it back. Oh, Wednesday is April Fool's Day. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I have nothing planned because I don't feel like doing VR chat again for the April Fool's joke. I don't feel like I don't know. I'll figure something out. It might not be anything crazy. You know, it's not going to be as cool as a puppet show in VR chat or Super Princess Bubblegum with a Fallen Star. But I had an idea of something, but oh, Gorilla's Day. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Well, listen, gamers, that'll do it for me for today. I'm still Omega super tired. I don't know why, even with the coffee. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching this playthrough of this amazing blockbuster special video game. I don't think it'll be done for good. I'll probably come back for more updates as well. We'll try to commit to like one playthrough or one stream of this a week. Just to like keep it going a little bit. Have a little chill in between. Might be a Wednesday thing. Not this week, obviously, because we already played it today. Maybe next week. GG's. Good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. Have a good rest of your Mondays. And if you're on that Easter vacation, hell yeah, enjoy. Enjoy. Nature is currently playing this game, so who better to send you off to than Nature's Madness, who is literally still, she's just starting. So, go say what's up to Nature. GG's, guys. Have a good rest of your days. TYVM for hanging out. And see you tomorrow for, I don't know what. Be sure to follow my social, join the Discord if not done so already. I'd greatly appreciate it. Remember, if you're free, brush your teeth, all that jazz as well. And that's it from me. GG. See you tomorrow. Peace.